Good hello. Today it is Saturday. It is the day to look over the production to make sure that the production is producing the product. And it is the new role of the system architect, which these are all tasks that I've done before, but I haven't divided them into roles. You can hear the train out there. By the way, the date is July 18th and the year is 2026 and the time is 11:10. I woke up around 10 and I had some trouble starting the stream. Previously I've had several days I've had trouble starting the stream since there was an update to Ubuntu Linux. Today there was some problem loading some kind of driver related to NVIDIA, so I couldn't click the start streaming button in OBS. But thankfully I had Gemini CLI installed on the computer. I fired it up and I said, I got this error, that's it. It started to diagnose the problem, looking at files and everything, local files on the computer, etc. Perfect. But then we hit the limit. End of limit. Oh crap. What I did was copying everything in the terminal, all of the diagnostics, which is based on the files on the local computer. And then I opened a browser with Gemini, where I have access to more free Gemini. I chose the coder and the extended thinking, and I just pasted in the terminal there, and it said, oh, Gemini tried to fix this problem but ran out of credits, here's what you do. And then it basically said, run this bash command in the terminal to update NVIDIA drivers, and yeah, basically that's what I did, and then reboot, and now it's working. There is a little bit of cleaning up to do though. Here is the chat, here's the first prompt, and here's what I did first, this one. Then it said I needed to make a password and all of this stuff, but after it was done, I pasted the response of that terminal back into here, and it seems like it didn't need a password or anything like that. But yeah, so reboot, and what I also did was to mark this conversation so I easily could access it once the computer had rebooted. And then let's what I did first was actually to open OBS to start streaming to see if it worked without any checking. It says NVIDIA is me. I'm not sure what I should be looking at here. Does it look like there's anything wrong? apt auto flagged pending maintenance tasks you can run after reboot. Clean up orphaned packages. That's sudo. Sounds like a good idea to remove stuff. Apply pending upgrades. 40 packages are waiting to be upgraded. I'm reluctant because it works now. The streaming works now. I don't want more troubles. But I'm gonna do it anyway. It might be related to things that are not NVIDIA. Yes, it's with Docker and all kinds of different stuff. I'm guessing that since we have a future now, we're living in the future with AI. We're living in the future with AI. AI recently was able to become a super duper hacker. So I think there are a lot of security updates right now to patch fix this vulnerabilities that AI is discovering. So I'm not surprised that there's a lot of updates to Ubuntu to fix a bunch of stuff. Yeah. There's just so much information here. I don't know what half of this is. I can understand this is kind of a version number related to Ubuntu. Icon theme I can understand. Yeah. Let's be super safe and let's copy all of this and send it to AI to get a kind of a diagnosis. To make sure that we don't have anything, we're not having the vulnerabilities, we don't have any errors, etc. etc. NVIDIA driver 580.159.03 is actively loaded and managing the GTX 1060. Package upgrades and orphaned dependency removals completed without errors. The system is fully updated, no further maintenance actions required. Perfect. Let's remove the bookmark. And now it is time for consultation. I've already prepared coffee. That was a good one. I don't know what it is, but I both feel confident and I feel strong. Like doing the sun salutation today was very easy. I felt a lot of energy and control. Right, now share the stream. Today, Friday. No, it's not Friday. It's Saturday. Production overview. Sprint plan. For GM version 6 and new role system architect. This is 6. What's this? New broadcasting rules in women's athletics released to eliminate sexualized camera shots and replace. Okay. I think that's good. Like 99% good at least, something like that. I shouldn't go into that, that would be very controversial. I guess it's not a new weekly schedule anymore. It's just a weekly schedule. Maybe since today is like Thursday is also new. I delivered 100 games. No, publishing direct. This Thursday is different. Immersive builds. Matter. PC. I use context prompt, context to AI, and so it knows everything and it can help me maximize something like that. Is that good enough? No, it is not. What if I just do schedule? What? Why doesn't it give me any what? Oh, it does. It's just 7. Now you just need 4 letters. Guess this one is for X. Cool video. Very smooth. But is it a splat? Okay, yeah, it's a splat. It loops. Nice loop. Beautiful. Social media content. Maybe this is the kind of tower that we need in our town. It's not handicap friendly though. And it's a bit small in size at the top. Can't really have a fika coffee shop or something. Maybe it's possible if you architect it incredibly smart, using the inside of the tower for things. It's gonna be a tight operation. Interesting. The live stream has been shared and the time is 11:33, so it is time for me to take my coffee. Yep, prepare my coffee. Well, not prepare, to actually drink. Why do I feel so strong today? Why do I feel so strong? Is it because I've eaten? Is it because I did a lot of work yesterday? By the way, I did work after the stream ended. I cleaned some small things up on the big whiteboard. I kind of cleaned up and like sorted and yeah, I don't really remember what I did, but it was good. So anyway, this power I feel today and confidence, I think it's a combination of good sleep. Good sleep is one of the things. I think I got good sleep even though I feel kind of tired. I slept long enough to have kind of good sleep. The whipped cream has started lumping. The best before date on it is July 15th. That was 3 days ago. But it still smells good. It doesn't smell bad at all. I hope my sense of smell is good enough to detect that. Worst case scenario, maybe I'll have a little bit of a running stomach. Also, there is scarcity on whipped cream. There's something else that was also scarce. Blueberries. But blueberries is interesting because there might be blueberries in the forest. It's a bit too cold, I think. Good. cold this morning. Okay, so I actually have ideas. I woke up with 2 ideas. These are the ideas. Idea number 1, point and click mechanics, focus. This is basic point and click, but I have an area in the scene and I can click somewhere and the character goes there. And here is a sprite sheet for the character, so it can go in different directions. And there are both pros and cons with doing this, because I could do just without this, just first person view, you click and you explore as you like. But this is much more fun, like a dollhouse situation where you see a character walk around. It becomes such a more immersive experience, I think. And you feel like you're in a simulation in a game. Like a third person perspective. I don't know how to explain it, but the third person perspective, yeah. Something magical, beautiful about it. Something safe. Something very... yeah, something safe about it. So, I think we're gonna prioritize this feature. We have a bunch of stuff here. First I'm gonna figure out where to put this. It's an epic. Yeah, I gave myself information. Here's the producer operational hub. My epic burn down. Here are the versions. And these ones have passed. It's July. No, it's not July 25th. It's to review. No, it's not a review. This is epic features per now. But yeah, somewhere here. 3D town here. We have user stories that we want to put in. Oh yeah, it's a whole big system. Where do I put the idea of the navigations? Yeah, well, I think we'll gradually get there. Yeah, I'll need to keep this up for a while because we'll gradually get there. And this other idea I have is basically to take all of these epics and take these epics here and epics here and epic here and epics here and make them into post-its and put them on my producer board, and then allocate the, so I have at the top there I would have at the top here I would have the epics. They can be chaotic or something, or categorized or whatever. And then I would, as a producer, I would allocate the epics to the sprints. So put some here, and put some here, put some here, put some here, put some here. And yeah, I would start with putting things here on these 3 steps. Because at this step, the game loop must be finished on this step. So I have to select the ones that finishes the game loop first. And then the rest can be related to content and improving quality. And when content and quality is full, we should have the true MVP. But we're not going to go into that. I guess I'll do something like this. completing the game loop. And here, content, 100% content, and quality. For true MP. That really puts things in perspectives. It's really, I think I'm starting to feel like this is a good way to separate things into it's easy to start to prioritize when you have these larger type of goals. Right. So that's the other idea I'm going to work on today as a producer and kind of like a system architect. I'm going to prioritize working as a producer and finishing the sprint. In order to do that, I need to do that work. But it starts digitally, because that's where all the files are. And it is just one version of it. But yeah. And then I can update this if I want. Yeah. Prioritize game loop. Version 6.7 should complete the game loop. Let's unmerge that one and clear the formatting, and then so I failed 5 why is there it's a reference error because there's a reference error here. Yeah, this one should go just to 16. Something is, it didn't handle the creation of the new row very well. What if we do it like this? Yeah, that's better. Okay, so 6, 7. Is it just 2? No, we're gonna do it the way I think. The way so basically here. Game loop. There we go. Now the chart stopped working completely. Oh, the chart couldn't handle it. Oh well. Game loop at 30%. After this coming week, then at 60%. Actually, let's aim for 40%, and then 80%, because then it's easy to, like, 80% of the value is created 20% of the time. So in the beginning it goes very fast, and then it slows down, and things become more complex. Game loop 40, 80, 100, and then here content, %, 80%, 100%. But I feel like content should be starting here. Yeah, I feel like there should be like an overlap or something. Like this is content. Sometimes it can handle it, sometimes it cannot. Like something like that. Let's do like this instead, because it's easier to produce or whatever. And these have the green background, and it's, yeah, an 8, 9, and 10. Those have the blue background. And these ones actually have the black background. It makes it much easier to think. And I don't know if we have 40% game loop right now. First of all, this failed, so we don't have that. And it's over. Yeah, let's start with creating the sprint plan, and then after that we can create any kind of like updating to all of this system, because the sprint plan is very important, very, very important. We still don't have any stuff here. We don't have, this is not properly set up, and we have, I'm confused about my own system basically. If I should make a, like, here's sprint the last week, for example. That was one sprint plan. So I guess we'll start with reviewing it, or just a short review of it. I can check the history, maybe. This is a 1 day's work. It's the 13th. Yes, the 13th. Here, 3D Town. Here's the stream. I had aches in my stomach. I think it was a small, big intestines. It was probably regarding to the pea soup. Then architecture design work. This was a success. Right. Yeah, this sprint review is really good. I'm gonna see if I made some photos during that day. I did a lot of important photos. And to be honest, here are the photos. Here's Monday. So of all of these things that I've written, like this is the ending result. This is the abandoned house in this town. I'm thinking of maybe having it in the... Something has happened there. Has something changed? Okay, so this is like the end result of all of the decisions. This is like the perfect result, but of all of it, this is the most important part, because this is the thing that triggers my memory of how I came up and what I did, this system. These are the things that I reflected on. I invented the what did I call it? Architecture design block. Yeah. I did not develop anything in Godot. Instead, I prepared a lot of documents, a selection of documents for Gemini. I asked set by a computer and prompted the alignment of creating the architecture for the map editor features for the first MVP map editor features. Then I read the long answer and wrote down all addressable points. I started the walk with listening to music and wondering what on my clipboard. See image below. What to address first. I produced several. I talked to Gemini during the walk and wrote while walking. I produced several sketches and he learned a lot and made significant hard decisions. The final result is a complete understanding for me regarding my architecture design and a kind of approval from Gemini regarding all a thorough plan. I then arrived home and created the, where is it? There it is. Google document 3D map editor version 1 from this Gemini shit. No sprint vision were written. There it is. Beautiful. I am proud of this design. Let's give some more space to this magical sprint review. There we go. Did I not have any more photos like showing kind of how I was working or how I was walking around or how I felt? We have an idea to publisher there. I think I've broken this down somewhere. Must have. Yeah, I think I posted it on the wall. This one is blurry. This low-end computer. Yeah, this is really good. Did I actually create a document for the low-end computer? can actually see. I can do a search to when custom on Monday. That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense at all. Okay. This the map it? Not the low end specs. Did the low end specs end up here? Somewhere. I might be able to, I don't know if I'm prioritizing the right thing now, but I'm learning a lot about using AI and improving my workflow. So I think it's, oh, this one sounds interesting. Second skin, that looked too interesting to ignore. Beautiful. Wow. I'm gonna save it to movies. It's a very short movie. No, I'm not gonna save it to movie. I'm gonna, I don't know where to put it. Let's put it there. Okay, video, no, live, and then Monday should be five days ago. Captions. Huh? No captions? It says domain down there, but that's probably not updated. Yeah, it is domain day. So 4 days ago. Yeah, map it. Yeah, here we go. Let's do Gemini and send it to Gemini and ask. In this stream, I made a document. I wrote some low-end specs on a paper, and I'm wondering if I made a digital document of this in this stream or not. It might be in the calendar. Did I save the photo or link to photo, or did I save some kind of task later to handle this photo and handle a photo of this paper? Please don't say, sorry, I cannot help with this. Can you extract the transcription? Because I couldn't download any transcription. Access transcription of the video. Elections. Paste the transcript. Oh. Oh. You can't handle it. Okay, well, that sucks. We're gonna put this one in some kind of playlist. This one I've already tried to list. I like the image. But I didn't like the music. But this kind of style might be a very good style for the game. Now we're multitasking a lot here. I wanted to come here maybe. PNC, yeah, just put this somewhere here. We'll come to that later. I think I maybe should be prioritized doing that. Low end. Since I don't know if there's a task to handle this, to write it down somewhere. I'm pretty sure I wrote it down somewhere in a Google document. I actually think I wrote it down in the actual here. Yeah, low-end computer. This should be turned into a separate document. Whose responsibility is that? I think it is producer. Let's make one target audience, a folder of the target audience. And here we have a document that is the low-end computer. There we go. Much better. And then we just link to this one here. Or should we just keep it because this is version 1? Yeah, let's keep it there. Okay, good. Go back to the sprint plan Is there something else we need to handle? This is the spatial chunking, which is also in the same document. Here, spatial chunking. Let's make this document pageless. I'm not sure if I should keep this. Let's put this one as a review here to show that it wasn't only like here we have a sketch, here we have that one, here we have a sketch, and this one was really good to have. The user stories and the final decision, this one. This workflow was really successful. Oh. Let's move this here. Just give some more space to this shit. I address this later or something like that. There we go. That was a great day. That was a great day. Flat ground, JSON formats. Yeah, these are. Yeah, this is the update. I updated it. Okay, let's do a copy of that one. Actually, let's do a copy of this one. Can I? Why can't I copy a folder? Come on. Google. Folders can't be copied. Strange. But if I have it locally and copy on my computer and then upload, then it works. Okay, Google, please make so I can copy a folder. So I guess I'll folder 6. Move this to old. There we have a copy of this, and we're gonna rename it. Actually, let's open it up. And this one will only contain driving. No, town. Sprint plan version 6. And I'm not sure if I need all of these documents here. I don't need this. This should be, this is a previous sprint review. I'll write this later. And I think, so what I think is here is that this is already updated here. this old one didn't contain the cells and contained a bunch of other that I deleted. So now we have special chunking, town builder GD, town builder script there, special chunking code, yeah. Sell the JSON format there. Yeah, good. And these are a bunch of decisions. These are the priority of user stories have not been done. Exporting, how to easily export. Yeah, the exporting is git repo. Small export. This let's change setup clone git repo to Django login. There we go. Someone is innan det?
Förra veckan eller veckan innan det
Ja.
Det är så konstigt det.
Jag har använt mitt pulver.
Ja.
Inte en sköljmedel, men jag har använt mitt pulver som är koks.
Ja. Men är inte det bra att flaskan som ska ta ner på drinken?
Nej.
Okej. Undrar om någon ska tvätta den eller? Jag har 3 brevpåsar som är förstörda.
Oj.
Och ett par byxor som...
Har du frågat henne vid Katarina?
Hon har egen tvättmaskin.
Då är det dags att ringa in.
Ja, och kolla med någon annan för att... och det var också...
Eller kanske prata med UD?
Ja, precis. För att det var så, alltså grejen är så här, är man ju i den maskin ligger kanske inte det kvar. Men den här så ligger ju...
Det ligger ju kvar.
Ja.
Men hur blev BH:n förstörda? Färgen?
Det är elastan. Så att det är själva sålen i som det här bandet som är här.
Ja.
Blir förstörd.
Ja.
Det är som på de här byxorna man har fått. Det är ingen, du ser,
Ja.
de har det så för liksom, de är dem.
Så sköljmedel kan förstöra elastan?
Det förstör elastan. Så det var så här, jag tyckte det bara var så konstigt att det var så många plagg helt plötsligt som...
Men det är alltså det är en ny röd flaska som dykt upp där?
Det ser ut som något gammalt som jag tror har stått som andra har lämnat. Jag vet att det ser ut som en lite gammal grej. Men jag är osäker. Men jag blev bara så här... jag vågar inte bli tvätta med fler grejer.
Mm. Men kan du köra en tom tvätt?
Ja, men jag har ju gjort så mycket att alltid när jag tvättar så kör jag typ såhär från mycket av såna här grejer i en mitt i tvätt eller bakom maskinen som jag kör för det är ganska smidigt. Så att jag har ju aldrig tvättat kläder. Så första tvätten jag kör är alltid typ handdukar när jag tvättar. Och det är också såhär...
Jag måste bara korrigera den här.
Ja. Men ja, vi borde få en tvätta till. Det är också såhär... Jag vill ju vänta på allt annat. Men jag
kan också passa på att kolla, alltså, Mohammed verkar ha och jag tror inte han vet om det här.
Nej. De hade ju de här paketen han hade flyttat precis. Och då såg jag att det var den här Abbes som hade hjälpt honom flyttat. Så jag ringde dit. Och då lämnade jag paket på den loppisen.
Jaha, vad sjukt.
Han som ägde firman, det var hans kusin som kände Mohammed.
Okej.
Okay.
Okej, kanske bara strunta i det då.
Ja.
Låt honom där vara stå. Men man kan ju, alltså, utan att involvera sig själv så tänker jag mig, alltså, om bara Mohammed får ett meddelande typ, genom en tjej.
Det finns ett nummer till Mohammed, han byter telefonnummer genom Tistou.
Okej. Men då gissar jag att det kommer kanske bli att han är förvirrad att det inte kommer någonting. Då borde han ta kontakt med företaget och fråga varför han inte kommer någonting.
Jag är säker någon typ av läkemedel, för han är ju sjuk.
Oj!
Och det här är frågan om mest i botten.
Aha. Då blir det ett moraliskt dilemma.
Ja, det förra var ju nästan med plus. Men...
Okej, så en intressant komplex situation. Vi har en ny tvättare.
Ja, för någon måste ju ha använt det, för det finns ingen annan förklaring till varför det står en brytare på sönder. Plus att jag kände så här, men jag reagerade inte på det då, utan jag trodde att det var källan. När jag hängde upp handdukar, alltså jag kände ingen stark doft eller någonting, det brukar jag reagera. Men när jag hängde upp handdukar, det var så att det var lite kött i.
Men kan jag visa mitt tvättmedel? Kan du lukta på det?
Ja, men det är säkert inte det, utan det är jag fick ett tvättmedel förstår jag inte så.
Okej.
Vad jag vet. Alltså det är sköljmedel som jag förstår. Och det var också det här att när jag hängde upp handdukarna så var jag så här, jag kände mig lite tjock i halsen och så vidare, så här, för källan eller sådana och så här. Men jag inte kände att annars var det säkert.
Det kan vara, ibland kan det vara en kombination av problem. Och så är det flera.
Ja, men i och med att man är känslig för pollen.
Ja,
men jag ska fråga dig om du vet. Det kan hända att de får dels kanske tvätta handdukar eller någonting.
Ja, jag vet inte någonting där.
För som sagt, det är inte... Det är någon gång modern magi. Men när allting är kvar. Jag brukar göra det den här luckan också inuti väggarna mellan dem. Du vet vad som köper ner det till. Det fastnar ju i den. Men jag är ju inte rent den varje gång.
Det är där man kommer till taket.
Ja. Det är lite så här, på ett sätt så trivs man bara lägenheten. På ett annat sätt så går det
ja, men det har ni...
Man ska fixa grejer.
Men det har ni på gång.
Ja.
Dit är ni på väg. Ni har redan en plan på väg dit.
Jag är inte ens golv eller vatten. Ja, ha det bra.
Ha det bra.
Ja,
hej. Okay, so there was some neighbor situations. Okay, I feel a silence coming in. A peaceful silence. I know what I can do. I can make a plan for today that is much better than stressfully just trying to, yeah. I just got the limitation from X that I was thinking, oh, maybe I cannot write system architect as the whole thing. That's interesting. The way you do anything is the way you do everything. It's like creating that habit that will stick with me. But it's kind of good habit because you force yourself to kind of compress your communication, so your communication becomes more efficient and easier. So X is kind of good in that way, the limitations of characters. I think it improves your communication and teamworking skills. Okay, we had the stream first. And then we did stuff, and now plan. Produce sprint plan documents. So here is the plan. 3D town, Google Sheet, sprint plan. Drive, Google Sheets, sprint plan. PNC, Google Sheets, sprint plan. Immersion, Google Sheets, sprint plan. Maybe can we do this? Is this to control too much? Should we just create null spec instead of user stories? It's very interesting. It's a different way of working, I think. Or how can we divide the work into user stories to make it easier to make sure that all parts are done and prioritization is better than better. Maybe, but like it's a granularity when it comes to user stories. And if you take an artistic task of you're gonna paint a background picture, you might have one user story that says paint a background picture and the specification, here's what it contains and here's the mood and everything. Or you can divide it in like making it an epic. Paint the picture, it contains 3 buckets, it contains 2 characters, it contains this, it contains this. It could be done in that way. It has this mood, but it should be probably divided in a different way instead. Like it should be like make the sketch that contains everything, the characters, the buttons, everything. Select the colors. This is a kind of a different kind of workflow. It's a creative workflow, and if you take the knowledge from Agile, well, there's a graph, Scrum, chaotic work. There's some kind of this graph. This one is better, I think. Yeah, no, this one is good. Okay, so this one. Agile. When something is incredibly simple, it's a stepwise process. Done. And this is my 1 week waterfall. That's why it's structured in this week, and every week a build is created with all these bigger steps. Like we get a town, we get the driving, the point to click, we immersive, create it, and make the build. The publisher, he tests it, and it's a whole waterfall process. It's the same every time. But then we dive into the actual development of one of these days, like the town. Then we go into Agile. Combination of waterfall, Agile or something. Social, I don't know. Technical. It's technical. It's complicated. Wait, maybe Scrum. Yeah, somewhere here. And then we come to a more chaotic thing, like creating the narrative. Here it suggests to run a Kanban, but let's do a quick question to Gemini here. I'm writing the story of the game, and I'm not sure how it all connects to game mechanics, and making sure it's a good story, and all parts of writing a story seems quite chaotic, and because it's such a creative process. I'm thinking that I can't really use user stories for this, that I might just have one kind of document, currently the narrative specification, and then just have the immersive developer work in Godot on lighting, characters, etc. In a very free way. But the warning here is that it risks not becoming good enough, and that the wrong work is prioritized. What is your suggestion on how does this relate to this agile perspectives and suggestions of tools? Should I use Kanban? Should I create my own waterfall process? How should I make sure the story is excellently good, like Indiana Jones, James Bond, Jurassic Park. Okay. I'm thinking maybe I can create a new system that is like a hierarchy of the day. It might be a good idea actually. It might be a good idea. Now comes the system architect in me, is waking up together with the producer. So the idea would be like a daily goal hierarchy. So step 1 would be plan day in goals. Great hierarchy. Hierarchy. Use hierarchy as artificial working memory. Something like this, like today is Saturday, and we have produce, and we have system architect, and then produce. The main thing is to the main thing is a sprint plan. And sprint plan is like town as Google Sheet or town, and it's divided into 2 parts, the Google Sheet and the town spec. I guess the 3D map version 1 is kind of something, but we don't. Maybe we'll put the map put that in there. So it's kind of a history of the town, of the town work. And then we have, let's make smaller drive, or maybe we should prioritize PNC. Priority. Left items are prioritized. And PNC has also the Google Sheet. This could be digital. But I think it would be good to have it here if I don't use this for something else. Or I could use a small whiteboard. Because then gradually, like somewhere I would be cut off. Like cut. End of time. Something like that. Yeah. It would be like another piece of working memory. I just needed to write this down, and I'm gonna send it to the system architect, I mean. And maybe I'll use it later. It's a good system. The benefits of going digital are immense, but the benefits of having it on a big place like this is to really support the working memory. That is the biggest support. That is the biggest purpose of it. Maybe it can be internalized. This is something that preferably be something that you can internalize and have in your mind through the whole day without needing any kind of aid. But that would take up mental resources from your ability to go in and focus. Because if you relieve your working memory of remembering the bigger picture, then you can go in and focus much better on one thing. Okay, I made it. Good. Where is it? Here. This is what I just wrote. Sys arc working memory. A daily goal hierarchy on whiteboard. Let's give a little text here. Having a big, simple image of all goals prioritized makes it easy to come back to and remember the whole day. Having a holistic focus and also aids in brain history. Okay. Now let's see the suggestions here. Relying on a completely free-form process for narrative during the game guarantees to failures. Elude narrative dissonance, where the gameplay mechanics feel completely disconnected from the story, and scope creep. Interesting. Or is ludus narrative? Intersection of game story, narrative, and its gameplay. Ludus. Whoa. Damn. This sounds very interesting. I wish I could study game design at this depth. To deliver a tightly paced blockbuster level experience, you need to synthesize structural rigidity with creative freedom. Okay, synthesize. The process, macro, waterfall, micro Kanban. Pure agile scrum fails in narrative games because a story is inherently linear and dependent on sequence. You cannot easily pivot the ending in sprint 4 without breaking act 1. Yeah. The ideal architecture is a hybrid gate stage model. Macro level waterfall. The narrative specification and the master beat sheets are locked early. You cannot build scenes freely until the emotional and mechanical goals of that scene are fixed. Macro level Kanban. The actual implementation, lighting, passes, script logic, camera framing, asset placement is run via Kanban. The developer has creative autonomy within the hard boundaries of the specific scene's objective. This uses stories, use gameplay beats. Standard software user stories. As a player, I want to click it or strip out dramatic tension, replace them with gameplay beats that link narrative goes directly to player action. Traditional use story. As a player, I want to find a hidden key so I can open the lock desk drawer. Narrative gameplay beat, narrative goal, discover the victim's secret double life. Player verb, investigate, deduce. Mechanical gate, the drawer only opens if the player combines a physical key with the correct calendar dates. Yeah, this is more like a specification, less than user story. This ensures the developer working in the engine isn't just making a room look cool, they are expected to make relaxing the room may guide the player's eye towards calendar. It's kind of good. The blockbuster formula in Jurassic Park Bond to achieve the narrative extension of David Kopp, Jurassic Park, or Laura's Kasdan, Raiders of the Lost Ark. The story must obey rigid pacing, math, high-stakes Hollywood tension relies on 4 pillars. The competence loop, audiences love watching experts be experts. Your protagonist and, by extension, the player must use distinct, clever skills to solve problems, not rely on luck. Ticking clock. Escalating stakes. In Jurassic Park, it's not just to survive the island, it's restore the power before the raptors breach the final perimeter. Every mechanical phase must have an implied or explicit countdown. The midpoint shift exactly 50% through the experience. The context must invert. The hunter becomes the hunted. This simple investigation turns into a massive conspiracy. The MacGuffin dependency. The plot must center on a physical or informational object that drives all factions. The mechanics must constantly force the player to track, lose, or decode this object. Narrative mechanic pipeline visualizer. To prevent developers from prioritizing their own work, use a structured framework that maps the narrative beats directly to engine dependencies before a single light source is placed. Okay. I don't know if the visual was helpful. Where's the visual? No. Yeah, confusing. How to read. So what I think is we'll copy this and we'll give it to the narrator role, not the document. We want the folder, narrator folder here. should also copy this. That's good. Maybe heading 1 is good enough. What's your... No, this one is not reflected. This one is the heading 1. Okay, good. Workflow to make sure of quality. Quality workflow. Workflow for story. There we go. Something like that. It's going to be confusing for the narrator to deal with. Because it changed, I don't know if it changed the workflow with using Gemini and talking stuff. And we might need to improve it some way. Okay. Okay, so immersion Google Sheets sprint plan. Is this to control too much? I sought Gemini and got a great perspective on workflow to ensure great quality. So anyway, this is the plan. I think let's compare it to this. We're here. User stories for user stories and NaraSpec. Point and click user stories, drive user stories, and Digitown user stories. Yeah, makes sense. Producer, deconstruction, resource budgeting, and mathematical timeboxing. Deconstruct specs into atomic task timebox and lock sprint board. Execute 90-minute checklist. Turn various design spec into atomic door task. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go into that one because it has a different way. Maybe I should. Map explicit technical dependencies. Tuesdays driving task required Mondays. No, it's more important that I create the sprint, a first version of the sprint, than to use any specific system. Even if the system creates higher quality, if using that takes too much time, then the sprint doesn't get done. And done is better than perfect. Lock the sprint board. Embed an MVP burn down metric into the Saturday producer role. Do not just write text-based design specs on Friday afternoon. Force a mandatory check against a master feature matrix. Every weekly spec must explicitly cross out a line item on the macro MVP list to prevent infinite iteration on existing. Oh, this is great. This is great. Do I have a producer to-do list? I don't. I should have that. So here I can put all this stuff. Too small. It's kind of this plan here. These are 11. Let's go 10. I feel like maintenance. This is maintenance task, and we'll take these dates and put them there, and this is today, so we can have a check. That's not that is not. Who is that? I don't know who that is. Probably very far back. Stop it. That person. I have no idea why. Okay, this is like can we put a smiley here? Fail. Not done. Maybe something like that. Immersion tasks, maybe Google Sheet, maybe something else. The NAR spec, mainly first, yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna create the NAR spec today. Maybe we'll do like that, and we'll just put link to Google Sheets. Link to NAR spec. Yeah. Put link to the NAR spec or other system used. And then we have one time Okay, good. I have like 3 perspectives on the same work that I'm gonna do today. It's really... I need this to have the confidence to know exactly what I'm doing and why I'm doing it and why I'm not doing anything else. I think the caffeine is making me really efficient in some ways. Okay, so I feel like all of these perspectives are really good as well because they connect. They create connections between my systems. For example, this that I'm gonna do later today with the epics on weeks, like this bigger perspective stuff. Epics on weeks. Like we're gonna need like a whole, like a proper divider. Like this whole row needs to be separating all the things. Because here we're not gonna have date, we're gonna have UD and we're gonna have description and we're gonna have resources. But we can't change the size because of this one, but that's fine. Epics on weeks. Epic post-its on weeks. Whiteboard. Big whiteboard. Big producer whiteboard. Actually, it's 2 user stories. Lists all epics as post-its on big whiteboard. Prioritize post-its epics onto MVP game loop weeks. version 6.7.8. Or what did I decide? 6 and 7. 6, 7. Something like that. That's good enough. Now I can actually get rid of this. Just stop thinking about that for a while. This is really good big picture work. It will improve the way to prioritize. Okay, we're gonna get back to that one later. This one is a big priority for now. I think we're still working on this one, and then we'll get back to this one. Yeah, so this is like my working memory aid tab, producer operational hub. That's my current system. That's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Right, the town sprint. Updated town spec. It's not producer, it is game director, but today it might be. Take game director role. 3D town spec. But I think this one is not really necessary. Update slightly with just link to map editor version 1 document. Narrator role. By no spec. It's kind of connected to this. But it's good to separate them. In this week, this is this same, but next week this might be something other, some other way of producing, helping produce, because then I should have the NOR spec. And this is drive spec. Update slightly, and then it's PNC spec. Update slightly, and take game director role, prioritize epics, epic features down here. Take game director role, translate GDD to epic features here. Okay, it's hard to prioritize maintenance. Prioritized daily So let's do this and then move this down here. Something like that. Maintenance is the most important, but this is the daily, what I will actually do today. Can be a bit more messy. Maybe we'll do it like that. No, I don't like it. It's better. This needs to be king. Okay. These ones are, we're gonna do them later. How much time do we have? These ones are also, we'll try to skip these ones or do them. We're doing this in a completely wrong order, but that's because lack of time. Norspec. Or maybe we should do it in the right order, but do it very simple. That might be, I don't know if it just works. Yeah, we're gonna try that. So first we do this, and then prioritize the epics. Then no, these are the specs that we need. And then big post-its. And then post-its on weeks, and then write the Norspec. Maybe the Norspec should be first. No, Norspec is sprint specific. And then town, then immersion tasks. Maybe this can work. It's kind of, I'm pushing, but if I do like a time limit, like 15 minutes per each, it might work. Okay, let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we're missing something important. Uptime. These are up to the our locksmith plan. These nearing weight. So the pipeline. Sir. Okay, good. Okay, let's take a little breather there. Decided to run through all these steps instead of just making a quick sprint plan to practice the whole process and get a rough workflow idea of the whole chain. It requires me to take roles as director and narrator, but I think it's okay. They have had too much work and too little time anyways. Let's see. Now we can use today's yeah. I can use information about yesterday. Schedule from yesterday to see when I'm gonna run out of brain power. Roughly here. Interesting. But there's gonna be exercise, shower and eating later. Or maybe I should start doing that now. Yesterday I woke up around 8-9. I had coffee at 10. Today I had coffee roughly 30 minutes into the stream. It's been 2 hours and 40 minutes, so 1 hour and 45 minutes ago. (13 minus 1 hour is 12. 25 minus 45 is 11 something. Somewhere around there. So everything is pushed down 90 minutes. Okay. So exercise is not gonna happen here. It's gonna happen 1 hour and 30 minutes later. Shower. Hour. Whoa, 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 whoa. And then eat is 1.5 hour. No? 1 hour and 15 minutes is eat. Rest to digest is 1 hour. And then everything is pushed down, so how many hours is that? Let me just borrow that one for a second. And then clean up Tasso's calendar, maybe. I'll do something like that. Okay, 15 minutes until exercise. Almost 20 minutes. I think I should move these tasks to my... No. Should I try to finish something before I get to work down here? I will continue doing producer work down here. Yeah, if there's something important here that I need to do, but what could possibly be more important than writing a sprint plan? I'm gonna take a risk and just start working on this. How far can I get in 15 minutes? Maybe I should... Maybe I should actually make this sprint plan or something. No, let's just continue this plan. And then all tasks from calendar to here. Take a risk like that. Let's see if we can make all of this in just 15 minutes. Before 13:45. Take game director out. 3D town spec up. Let's let we just link to the map direct. Yeah. There we go. Easy. PNC spec. Okay, here are the basics. Navigation and movement, walkable seats in transitions, interaction, interactive hotspots, object animation, dialog trees, case management, case board, clue, discovery, inventory, progressive feedback, dynamic UI updates, audio cues, save and load, puzzle integration, and that's it. Actually, maybe I should have that one there. It really primes me, but I should cut this off. Yeah, puzzle integration is also. Maybe puzzle integration is not basics. Start with that. Maybe B. B. Custom puzzle. Input a code you found. Shoot things. Yeah. Night monologue. Yeah, let's keep this one a bit messy like this right now. First principles, supported MVP features. All of these things are to support the detected narrative immersion, progressive feedback, audio cues, and low, case board, clue, inventory. Made it feel like Ocarina of Time. All characters are unique. And interesting. Sparse. No, a few characters in each place. character in each. Doesn't suggest an S. Okay, good. Drive spec. Drive system spec. First principles. How do we support the directive? Give the player a break between point and click. Player time to reflect. A simple driving experience. You can learn and do easily while thinking, just like in a real car ride. Not too slow to feel frustrating, but as slow as possible, or just that you get enough time to think between places. Something to take your mind off the case. Great place for monologues or dialogues. MVP. Where is the GDD? Version 4, version 3, version 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is GDDs. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh no, not go there, not go there. Page setup, page less please. There we go, GDDs. And then can we do something like this? And just copy that. Oh, we couldn't do that. Can we take one at a time? Apparently we can take one at a time. And I'm guessing these ones go to all kinds of places. Yeah. I think this is on what studio it should be. I hope it is. Yes. Good. Now we have moved all of the stuff here to the drive. That's good. We could potentially move this to the map. Town systems big. Good, good. Okay. These are the real. If we haven't written the first principles anywhere else, these are kind of. I'm sure we have written. It's a good start. It's a good start. And here we can ignore that stuff. This one needs updating though. Really. There. Moving. I want to be able to move it like do I have to go to page in order to to get this menu? Like that. Can we go to pageless so it works? Nope. You're not allowed to do that. Okay, well, okay, what do we have here? Let's duplicate this tab. I have one here. Good. Now I can list some features here. Controls, then physics, camera, sound, UI, objectives, performance, controls, steering, acceleration. No, it's just steering. It's just controls, just steering. And here collision. That's it. Camera, third person. Oh. Sound, engine, noise. I'm not sure if this should be an environment or the 3D. Yeah, I think it needs to be here. Environment feedback. Collision. Something like that. UI speedometer. We don't. That's not MTP. Map display. So player can navigate to places. Notifications. I don't like the idea of notifications. But maybe something like monologues. Checkpoints. Do we need checkpoints? We just need parking in the first version. Oh wait, that's objectives. Just parking. I don't know if this is MP. I think it must be, because it needs the immersion kind of thing. And we need some kind of exploration, even if it's a very simple. Be simple, but we need something that is not just going from A to B. Performance. Low poly, LOD, texture atlases, color inclusions, lighting. I don't know. Small wide. That's what it needs. I'm the game director, I don't know much about development. So these are the epics, good job. Now let's do the reverse and put, or, yeah, we have updated that one. The tab crashed, just the tab. Why is everything crashing suddenly? Just because I've divided it into different. Strange. What? I can't click this button. Can I do anything? That's weird. That is so weird. If I update, if I restore it, that is strange. Take Dangers, translate specs to epic features here. And this one needs to be... Oh my god. Is it like... What? Maybe it's time to do workout. Let's write a little history note, if we can. Firefox didn't allow me to change the update. Google Sheets. Two hours 38 into the stream. Decided updated briefly. Updated each. Was it? Did I do each one of them? Town, drive, PNC. I did not. Each. Game mechanic system spec. Decided to start exercise. Yeah, I'm 5 minutes late anyways to the exercise. To the midday break. Today I feel quite strong, so I don't know what I should I do some kind of strong, like military workout? Or should I just do Qigong? Or should I do yoga? Break suggestions. From belly fat. Tai Chi. Killer workout, no jumping. Tempting. This is a killer workout. I'm gonna check my knees because there are a lot of knees in this. If my knees are okay, then I'll do it. No, my knees could work, but my knees are not completely healed right now. So maybe yesterday I did rock on the Lee yoga, which was great. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with rock on the Lee yoga. Depends. It's quite heavy on the back. I think you need a break from that one as well, because I did that yesterday. My back wasn't completely recovered. Maybe this one. Incredibly calm. Maybe this one. No, I'm gonna do this one because I've been like pushing it forward to do this one, to rehearse this one. And as usual, I cannot share the sound. I'm out of toilet paper now, so I'm gonna have to transition to a washing and thorough washing and then towel drying process. Anyway, let's do this yoga. See you later. That was good. Simple but also expandable. I could work in a higher tempo if I wanted to. And the end was also expandable. Like she said, hold your breath for as long as it's comfortable, something like that. I like the thoroughness of everything. It's so simple. I want more of that and more advanced. Have I not given a thumbs up to that one? Heal your nervous system. Wait, she looks much older. "15 years ago she made this. These aren't movements, this is dharma or knowledge or something. She has a much more homey, not everything white situation. We must break the pattern today, or the loop will continue tomorrow. Let's give let's give this one to tomorrow.
As you
This one seems really good. It's a good promise.
All right, hello, and
It's 1 hour. He usually makes promises like this forever, but I don't know. But he has there are a lot of requirements to follow. So. Oh, plastic. Yeah, plastic. So. I feel like just listening to this and then start cooking. And yeah. add the music, so I'm gonna use some headphones. cooking has been complete. 40 minutes? I thought the meal took 25 minutes to make. Now it's showering. smells really good. I'm amazed. It smells like caramelized sugar. Maybe there is caramelized sugar. Because in the al-krydda and in the garlic spice, both of them I just found laying around here. They contain sugar. There's something really tasty about that. Now we have a really alert fly in this room. And my final comfortable underwear is consumed, which means I will do laundry tomorrow. Well, because I might not be able to do it tomorrow. Maybe I need to do it today. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Well, now it's munching time. Now it's munching time. It is tempting to listen to something, but I don't know what to listen to. And usually when I don't know what to listen to, anything that I select is a distraction. I never get satisfied. It's only when I know what I want to listen to. Almost only when I know what I want to listen to. That it really sounds good. Great, today we have more soupy soup. I'm gonna need to hunt one fly. Make sure we don't get more. During my meal time. Got him. That was a quick fly with a lot of health points, a lot of stamina. Can you get calcium from eating eggshells? Is that possible? Look at this meal. A whole lake. The only thing missing is, I think, an egg or something. Yeah, the soupiness can blend it all together. Can blend all the ginger and garlic and this is really interesting. Taste of mustard, taste of this, taste of that. It's like a soup buffet. Everything is in the soup. It's too spicy. I had too much spice. Spice is very interesting. Like I didn't have a lot more than yesterday, but yesterday was not spicy enough. I want milk. I didn't cool it, so now I'm all warm. It's probably a perfect temperature, because if it's cool or too cool, then you shock the system and you have effects. If it's too warm, you become lethargic. Maybe the perfect temperature is exactly the temperature of the stomach, which is probably 37. But I think that's a little bit too hot, since the body wants to cool down right now, since it's a hot weather, hot environment. It's not as much too much as yesterday. Today it's still too much, but it's not as much too much. Now I want chocolate cake. Plus cream plus strawberry. I also want some milk. Let's update the calendar data. Whoa, this is very tight. Incredible. I'm so much on schedule. 4 minutes early. I really am craving something sweet, like chocolate cake. Something milky. Yeah, like chocolate cake is the only thing. No, sponge cake would also do. But sponge cake is basically chocolate cake without the cocoa. Sponge cake. I could do a sponge cake almost. Very close. The only thing I'm missing is milk. So much ads. Oh, this looks good. Never tasted this. This sound looks tasty. Look okay. Wow, this tiramisu. Wow, this would be something. Can you just give me the basics? Okay. Egg whites. I'm okay with the whole egg. Flour and sugar. I have all of these things. Let's do it. Let's spend the egg on this. butter. I didn't have butter. But it shouldn't be, it's without butter. I think butter is important. Yeah, this is gonna be amazing. I made this batter. I winged it, my own recipe. Tastes kind of good. It's pretty good actually. 8 out of 10. Very close to real tasty. While the oven is heating up, I'm gonna sort some ideas that I've written down. First off, we have, let's do it in order. Down to the right. Now another fly has entered. Another quick fly. A smaller quicker fly. It's here. Whoa, it's really quick. But unfortunately, he was at the exact wrong place at the wrong time. Okay, back to business. Where do we put these ideas? Background animation loops. That goes into the PNC spec. Yeah, I think it was a real good idea that I took a break and did exercise. Because this idea would not have come. And this is a really good, beautiful thing. Here, animated scene background and looping atmosphere / music. And this idea. I forgot about this one. But damn, it's good. Damn, it's a good game design idea. I have to have it. I just have to. It will be its own category. Puzzle integration. Here, what's the idea? Missing items, memory, gameplay, and mechanics. So the idea of the missing items, memory, game mechanics, it's kind of standard, but it's just the perfect game mechanic for this kind of game. At each time, each scene has one or more missing items. The player goal is to identify the missing ones. It's the classic memory game. It's not the classic memory, it's called something. What's that simple memory game where you have 10 items, then no one and another person has to figure out what was removed? The King's Game. Trading. I think the trading is better. Trade memory game. It perfectly fits the detective immersion vibe. And what else? Trains the memory of the player. Good benefits. When identified, the case board is updated. Detective main mechanic. Walking not needed. And then the idea that maybe this would be fun enough to do as the main mechanic. Characters can help, and other clues can help. Yeah, this is good. It's like the core. Like this might be really good, but it has to be play tested to see if it's fun, see if it's scalable, etc., etc., etc. It's also possible to discuss this with Gemini beforehand to identify things that might take a long time to figure out through play testing. But that is a game director task. So I will give the game director that task. game director still don't have I just realized that I might be able to make software to handle all of these much more smoothly, which will happen. It definitely will fucking happen. And I will use local AI, and I will not have to write anything. Discuss trading mechanics with Gemini. We save time by discussing the game mechanic. Things that can be discovered through a lot of play testing. Update PNC specs or I think PC specs. There you go, game director. As if you didn't have enough to do. Now the oven is ready. 175 degrees. We'll see what happens if we put it in here. The question is for how long? It's pretty thin, so we shouldn't need too much time. Hopefully it will smell good when it's done. I'm gonna set the timer for 15 minutes, I think. Yes, it's done. We're getting close to this story. This user story of making a walkable character. Character that can walk around. But I'm really reluctant to it because of the time constraints. Because if I remove the walkable thing, everything becomes much less complex, and it's still possible to implement the walkable stuff. Sunday record meal on. So that's an idea for Sunday. Video record meal making. Why? To get history and remember my recipe, etc. Industry. I'm not sure if this will probably be sliced, but it is a good idea. I don't know the power of this. Playtest questions. This is a new. This falls either on. I think it falls on publisher. A questionnaire for people. We find out people the game can do for local people. Questions like what was hard when moving? How did you solve problems to fit in problems? How did you find a way to fit in? And for local use, what should a new person know about things and people? Should a new person know about things and people? Yeah. What is, can you, what is an example of a problem situation because someone didn't know the culture, how to behave, or culture clash. How could that have been handled better? Something like that, because then I can use these questions and put these in the game so that everyone who plays the game and wants to come here, they know how to behave. So it's easy for people here to receive them, pleasant, and people actually know what is expected from them, so they don't romanticize too much. I wonder when I'm gonna run out of this toilet paper. And I might move this to the toilet actually, instead of using it for wiping the board. Because the board might be wiped with this instead. Maybe I should make a smaller one. No, I think it's a good size. But I should be able to put it here easily. Maybe this is the first version. Maybe I'll just put it here with the strange. I think I should have more flour or something. Maybe it should be hotter. Good. Now I'm just gonna do nothing, I think. Potentially I could start to list these as epics. Yeah, I should either go to history. I should probably go to history, rights of history. During, I think, during cooking. Good. What? Is there something problem with this specific document? What? They need to like make a copy or something. What the heck is going on? kind of want to restart the computer, but then the stream will be ending and it will be divided into different streams. So preferably not. If I just open it and wait, would something happen? Yeah. And the same if I open this one. Like, can I send a report? Like, do I install Chrome? Is that what you want? Actually, I kind of want to install it through the Linux way. Okay, let's do these things. I don't want all of my old tabs stuff. Okay, let's see. Well, it's installed now. No, it's not this one. It was a long time I used this password. That's kind of nice, too eggy. It has a strange substance. I think I gotta get it out. This will be the first version of this. Has a green or blue tint. I don't know. I don't understand. Never ever occurred before. This is it. Very thin sponge cake, and like it looks kind of green, I think. Smells too much egg smell. The ingredients are egg, sugar, a little bit of whipped cream, coconut oil, a little bit of salt, a little bit of baking powder, baking soda, and pizza flour and oats. I think that's it. Let's have a taste test. First appearance. It doesn't look crispy enough. I want it to be more crispy, more like brown, so the oven temperature might not be good. And it looks thoroughly cooked. The consistency okay. Too much egg flavor. It tastes a little bit of watery. Too watery. Maybe I would prefer to have some vanilla flavor. I would want some butter in this and more sugar. It's a bit too dry, so I think you should have much more heat and shorter time when it's this thin. I don't want this much. So strangely, it's like too much flour, but there's also too much egg. So I'm not sure what to make of that. Could be a little bit more salt. Okay. Done. Now let's see if we can access this document. No problem. Okay. Now this means we have to migrate to Chrome, which is takes some effort. I have sprints open here. We don't care about this one. Yeah. This is faster. It's faster than Firefox. That's nice. Okay, what am I up to? What am I doing? I was looking over. I was thinking of yeah, looking at the producer to do and updating it to make sure I'm getting things done that needs to be done. Take gamer director role, translate specs to epic features here. So let's start with finding this space and that's town sprint. We already got that solved. Town sprint guy will be able to figure it out. So actually let's do this then. Make that into a chip. And then immersion task, not so much. And yeah, let's just clean it up a little bit. There we go. And yeah, we'll keep the rest. Structure on that. Take game role, translate specs to epic features here. Did we write the specs for Drive? Oh, we gotta find it. Where? Here are the specs. Drive. Yeah, we have the drive system spec here. We actually have everyone. And we don't need this one. It just needed to be a little bit updated. Okay, good. And this one needs to be divided into two. That's what I was thinking. These specs to epic features here. Into not specs. It's this spec. B spec. And I think Drive has already a bunch of things to do. So we'll start with PSC spec. Here. So we're gonna list the epic features here from PSC spec. Here, do we also have links to? No, we should have. We should have a link to this this old sprint. Actually, we don't have a GDD document. That's why I don't have this. Right. And in sprint number 5 on the PNC, yeah, we have some ideas. Just use AI to generate background. I think we're gonna have first principles, features, then epics, then user stories. Whew, it's getting complicated. Oh, we even have story beat. Should we have story beat? I don't think we should have it here. But maybe it's good to have, to really nail down. But then we have to connect this like save and load system. What story beat are we connecting to there? We're not connecting to any story beat. It's a very infrastructure thing. Or audio cues. But I guess like audio cues is kind of more a theme, and these are the actual features. So I'm gonna add one column to the list, call that theme. Category. We even have another one. Game mechanic. Core game mechanic. I don't know if this is necessary, but we'll do it like this. Actually, let's not do the drop down there. Progress and feedback. And on the progress and feedback, we have 3 themes. Dynamic UI updates. Audio queue features. And save and load. And then we have integration and let's see. Start with these categories first. Case management, interaction. Oh, we already have a bunch of stuff here. Well, those are the... Now I kind of feel like making a drop down anyways. We've got 5 categories there. Yeah, now I have all 5. We can select. It might be good to have another kind of table where we have all of these listed. Just listed, and where I don't have this, we don't have like. I think we're gonna do this. These epics, and then we do like we copy this one. Developer. That's good actually, I think. Maybe we'll separate them into different. Actually, we'll do that. Town, epic, town. And duplicate it. Actually, let's duplicate later. Because then we can both delete this whole category. But we should have a top one kind of thing, so it's town X. Good. Now we can delete this one, so everything becomes much cleaner. Yeah, we have these themes here. There are 3 themes on progressive feedback. Then we have puzzle integration. These are bottom-up epics. I'm not sure if, like, are these from someone? No, these are made. They shouldn't be made. Remover. Cool. Remover. Good, good. Nice. We're good, we're good, we're good. We'll put these down here. We'll come back to them. Progress and feedback, puzzle integration, got 1. Case management. You have these 3. And then interaction, you have these 3. And then navigation and movement, you have these, which are not quite 4, because this is a it's like this. And because we have a duplicate here, I kind of feel like we need to make another drop down. But it might be not necessary. Anyways, interactive hotspots. I did it. Animated background loops. I messed it up a bit. This one should be there. There. Okay. Good. And this should not be town epics, this should be PLC epics. That's why I don't need these ones. And that's why it's strange that these are here as well. Good that I didn't delete these ones. That's very good. Maybe it burns up. Maybe we will not have this here. Maybe we'll have like a mount. Epic is very close to feature, but there might be several epics to animated background loops. Let's do it like that. Then we don't have any features. Walkable scenes is a feature, and it's divided into epics, animated background loops, and looping atmosphere music. That's good. I think this works. I think this works. I don't know why I even have this scene transitions. Like it's kind of obvious, but it's like it's such a small thing. Just fade in, fade out kind of thing. It's not an epic, it's just a user story directly. But I guess we'll have it here. Fade out, fade in. Okay, I think we're close to something here. We have the spec here that explains every user story. So if the PNC developer needs something, they check the user story, check the epic, check the feature theme, and look into this point-and-click system spec. So what we should have, not in the sprint plan number 5, but we will duplicate it and we'll make a sprint plan for the point and click. Organize, we move it to sprint. Now I don't think we need the vision anymore. Here we have this. PNC sprint plan GM. This is getting good. This is getting good. Getting good. Getting good. Good. I think this one should be in the immersion, because immersion is asset creator. It links back to that one. Let's do another one, another copy of this. And then move this sprint. And then we go here. Open it up. Just so we have that document and this document here. Good. Now I have created the documents. We have one missing though. It's the drive. So let's actually do. Wait, can I do undo here? Yes. Then I can just do copy of this directly here. I copied the wrong documents. Now we have each one of the ones that we need to do. Town is already done. So drive, immersion, and PNC. And right now we're doing PNC, so let's focus in on that one. And this is the old document. I want to have opened the old this one because it contains so much inspiration. This is the PNC, yes, delete the drive and delete the immersion, and we're not going to focus on that one. We're not gonna have alternative colors. Good. Don't need day. And then we'll structure it so we can basically copy. I guess from here is better than to have like these different ones. Yeah. So work from this. From browser operational? No. From this to this. But we already have translated this here. So we're basically done with this. There are more ideas, but we don't have time this time. And here we should probably link this one here. Make it a chip. Yeah. That's the system spec. Maybe the system spec should be there instead. That's good. Let's increase the size of it. And then I guess we have user story. And we'll name this backlog. That makes it easy. PS Inspector Epic features. I have features, but I'm not sure if I have epics. Dynamic UI updates. Just UI updates. Let's just move this there. Audio queue. Just, yeah, I don't know. We don't want, but it is okay. It's because there's new lines and stuff. Case board, we don't even have them listed. Clue and inventory. Case, clue and inventory. Then we got interactive hotspots, item doors, characters. Dialogue trees, nothing on there. Navigation, walkable scenes. There we have those two. And then we just have scene transitions, which is fade in, fade out. Okay, we got all the information. Let's close this one. So the save, what save and load features do we want? Let's skip this one for now. I think we're gonna prioritize walkables, these two. Actually, these three. I'll prioritize these two, these three. User story. This is great. This is great. This is great. oops, is an animation that loops, so the scene feels more alive. Feels alive. That is that the user story? It's one user story per epic. Yeah, we can save even more stuff. Start with that. And let's prioritize like the next, or should we? Now we can do something like this. I think we'll do something like this and then put it here. Epic user duty. Epic user duty. Skip that one. Skip that one. That one is kind of good. It's good for this channel. What options do I have? What should be not make some stories. Should we write story first? This is a question for the game director. But we need to look into my other account. And we are back. So for the game director, Vine PNC. Now we can remove this from the developer. As the box also. This one is a good suggestion. That's just that. Now we're coming closer to something. Yeah, a good old build. Cool. This is great. Resource should like almost always be point and click system spec. What? Why did you... What? What if I don't want this top thing? I couldn't delete only the new line? What? What the fuck? And now it got merged like that. We got a new here. That's not in that one. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's. Are we done with the point and click sprint plan? Because this feels a little bit too easy. Yeah, I want walkable. And here's the question, should I really have walkable or not? Because I can make the game loop without walkable. It's just that when you have a character who walks, it takes some time to go. This requires design work. In a walkable scene we have a character that walks to a place to interact with it. It walks to a character to interact with it. It walks to a grate in the ground. It walks to a new scene to load the new scene. Or it walks to the car to load the town. And in the FPS version, we'll basically have the same items in the same positions, because they still need to be easily clickable. Like all of this needs to be easily clickable. Like this. That becomes a first person view. And this is a walkable, and you can have the same triggers, like when the player clicks this, that leads to that directly leads to interact. And in this situation, when the player clicks here, where I walk, we do walk, and when close and still. Interact. That's why I think we should develop this first, because it requires less and it can still reuse everything. The only situation is that sometimes in this one we will not think about being able to walk to a place. Like we might have something on top of a roof here. And in this situation you can just click it. But in this situation, if we if we add in the walking, we have to make it more advanced. Like you have to climb up, or I don't know. It will basically not be possible to reach it at first. And this is more fun to develop, but it makes the code more complex in the beginning. So I think it's better to do this as version like MVP. And this is quality plus. That is my new decision. By the way, I use the game inspirational art or target visuals as background. And I think it's time to close the curtains. Now I can either use my little sponge here. Actually, maybe I should use a sponge, but this one is so hard to clean. Let's try this system. Surprisingly well it works. Surprisingly well. Previously I don't have to deal with this residue because I throw them away. But now this is gonna build up, so eventually I'm gonna have to clean this. But I didn't even need to wet it. And it's good that it's dry, and I can just put it here with no problems. Okay. It feels a little bit less satisfying, but that might be because I'm used to the other way. I want chocolate cake. I want more stuff. Whipped cream. Okay, let's rank some stuff. Let's call them scenes instead, or vantage. Or maybe navigation and movement should be changed to vantage. Something like that. There's a lot of stuff here still to go through. We're gonna give that to next week's producer. Calendar 1, okay. Let's put this. So then we have that there, good. Extract from V3 to 5. There is still a lot of data in V5. We make sure we have extracted everything. So this then we retire this document completely, but still keep it there. Some other documents might still link to it, especially the image collages and these. Good. Which tab do I have open now? I can't quite see it super clearly. Reminds me of my... There was no walking down today. I'm sitting in pigeon pose, but the right leg is on the floor, or right toes are on the floor, so it's kind of stretch. Okay, this is version 5. We don't need this at all anymore. All this has moved. Okay, this means we have new ideas there. Vantage. Let's rename navigation movement to Vantage. This means that we should also update this. Yeah? We don't... We don't have the theme in this. We just have the epics. Interesting, interesting. It's a more focused focus. Background, looping, fade in, fade out. And then some kind of hotspot, I'm thinking. What is the most important interaction? Object examination? Interactive hotspots? Doors. Fundamental navigation. I'm learning real good stuff. We just gotta make all of them 11. Right? No, they're 10. There we go. And at some point you want to add IDs to these ones. Which one did we bring in? Doors and items. Maybe we can just throw in characters as well. Interacting with a character opens up a dialogue tree. That is so cool. This system works so well. Now I think the PNC developer has plenty to do. Plenty. We'll do something like this. And say in sprint. We should have 6 stories, vented versions, scene, and 3 hotspots. Okay, so vented versions, scene, and 3 hotspots. Yeah, cool. here now we're getting back to the when you click decisions that I made with Claude earlier, where the idea was to, when you click an item, you have an item here, it's a candle, and either like when the character comes there, or when you click, actually when you click on it, when you click on this thing, you click on it, then you get a choice. A choice menu. You get a menu of 3 different ideas, and one was the idea of looking at it using your eyes, using an eye to look at it, and one idea was to grab it, and one idea was to speak to it or use mouth. It's fun. And these leads to different things. We actually have 4 different options. So first off, the eye leads to that one, the hand leads to either that one or that one, and the mouth leads to that one. The mouth can also lead to this one. The eye can also lead to this one. Okay, let's put that one in the middle or something. Like the eye can also lead to this one, and the mouth can lead to this one and to this one. Basically, what we have here open examination close-up, and here we have special interaction. Can be triggering a cut scene where you look through a keyhole It could be getting stuck with your hand. It could be getting stuck with tongue on metal. Am I not a great game designer? You know, isn't this really easy for a developer to take and work with? Pick up item into inventory. And this one is talk to character. Is it too hard to have 3 options? Maybe we should just have one. Interact with it. I think it becomes too easy maybe. But it also makes it easier to develop the game, but it becomes harder to design the game. Everything needs to fit more perfectly. There are less options. But it doesn't mix well with the idea of the memory thing. What is the memory thing really? Let's save this while we still have some. Where do we put it? Some kind of here. The memory mechanic, how is that going to work? We basically have a scene with something in. There's something there at this point, and then at another point this thing is not there. And the player is supposed to like say this one is not here. So maybe we need another option, like missing. The missing one. Something is missing. What is missing? We could take inspiration from another game where you basically click on things to find them, like this mobile game. But then you have to select, like, from all the things that could have been there. Let's put the dates 11:00 and this is 11:30. Okay, we gotta leave, we gotta continue. Interacted with. But then, if you have the hand on the door, what if you just press? If you just press, how is it in Monkey Island? Do you right click to walk, or do you like click to walk and then right click to do something special? Yeah, this game director needs to figure this out. This is the wrong cow. We want this cow. Maybe there can be special scenes like, something is missing. Something is missing. Det saknas någonting här. Det brukar ju vara någonting här tidigare. Någonting har flyttat på sig. Okay, just clicking to interact, some kind of clicking. If the clicking on a door takes you to the city town, or the clicking on an item, place a text. What do we do here? Put into inventory, examine activated. Let's do them one by one. Door can take you to the 3D town or another vantage. Clicking on the door takes you to the 3D town or another vantage. Clicking on a character opens up a dialogue. Clicking on an item, inventory, examine or interact with it. Why aren't all of these in this color? What would pick? What should you be able to do in version 6? With items, you can go through the vantage points, you can talk to characters, maybe something regarding case board or something. Like you should be able to finish a story beat. Yeah. Let's say the sprint planning for the PNC is done, and maybe we'll come back to it after writing a NAR spec. Maybe we can talk to AI about this. What is the most important part? Is it to pick up items? It's the most important part is being able to advance the story. Okay. Yeah, we'll remove this one. We have the walkable character as an epic that might be created or not. I got the detective story skeleton here. Got the hook, detective introduction, role introduction, then Act 1 setup, initial investigate, well, the case, the initial investigation, first main question, Act 2 confrontation, deeper investigation, false lead, rising stakes, midpoint revelation, final puzzle pieces, major setback, Act break, Act 3 resolution, final deduction, confrontation, revelation, resolution, epilogue. That's done. Story beat formula. Every important beat should do at least one of these. Raise a question, reveal information, increase stakes, change direction, answer a question, create emotion. If a scene does none of these, it probably isn't needed. Take the game formula. Yada yada yada. Oh wait, that might be important. Loop. Drive, arrive, investigate, collect clues, update caseboard, new lead, drive again. Maybe we can create that. We have to design the caseboard. New lead. Yeah, let's go to that after we've made a quick version of now we've made a point and click spec thing. Now we can, oh, we have a bunch of stuff here. Let's move UCD drive. Let's move all of this stuff. Just dump it down here. And then we don't need this anymore. And then we duplicate this one and we clean it up a bunch. There we go. And here we link to the drive. Do we have the drive open? Here, splits. What? You can't switch? You can't switch? Oh my god. Firefox has solved this better than Chrome. What? I'm not signing as Tistou rumors in here. But here I could come in. What? What? That is strange. Okay, that derailed me a bit. Yeah, I think I'm running out of steam now. I'm starting to run out of steam. Let's say to run out of steam. It's about the same time as yesterday. But there, at this point, I was completely whack. Also, I kind of started working already here. Let's go to history document. Digital Google Sheet plan. PNC. We made this. Didn't make this. That sound made me feel relaxed and like there's an emptiness coming. I've done a bunch of work. Updated producer operational. Was it dashboard? Oh. I like this way of having these checklists. It makes it easy. Also to come back to. We can do something like this. I don't have to write a plan. I can just write one task that needs to be done. Sure. Sprint V6 creates a game loop. From detective inform zero. I think we'll go into the Drive Google Sheets sprint plan. Where are the sprints? Actually, let's delete this one. It's distracting. Drive. Calm, smooth driving, no jittering. Yeah. But before we work on that, well, first off, we got a link to the right document here. This is actually quite important. Okej. Det skulle det. We don't need that. Game director will handle, or producer will cut the slack, handle the slack. That's a conversation, and kind of the user story that I wanted to put is just that I might have it here. This is good. I know. This might be the right way to do it. Let's... Yeah. This is like if driver developer is, yeah, if driver developer fixes all of these things, then he can fix this, something like that. Okay, that's the good. Cool. I'm not sure if that's the right thing to do. No. Maybe. It is 19 o'clock. Maybe I should consolidate all of the work today. And narrator can but like, yeah, it doesn't matter really. It might not matter if we have a nar spec or not, because it's not related to if the game loop gets done or not, because the game loop can only be done if we have collect clues and update caseboard. But actually I didn't want to go into this. I didn't want to design the caseboard and clues collection and new lead before I've selected a narrative beat to make. That's why I wanted to make the nar spec now. And then after the nar spec I can figure out, oh, this means the caseboard will be something like this. Yeah. Oh, that is history. I need to game design the collect clues, update caseboard and you lead to do this, but I have a hard, I lack inspiration as game director. There are too many options. I want to talk to narrator and see what beat we can do first. Story beat. And what story beat we can do first. We can do. Then I might get inspired to see the game design of the case board, etc. And how game mechanics and support the narrative beats. So I want to create a narspec beat. This requires a whole working session with Gemini using the narspec workflow I developed yesterday. I don't know if I have the energy to do that. I think I can do a simple one just to get the ball rolling and have one experience of testing this workflow. Create first narspec. A simple one, so game director can think about the case board, etc. Cutscenes. Progress and feedback. We need cutscenes. Use drive GD, for example. These are, we're not going to go into that now. Okay, let's try to do that. I'm completely whack in my brain, but actually, maybe it's not a good time to do it. And let all the work consolidate instead. Yep. And then I use the priority principle of the Zeigarnik effect. Since this is not done, The update caseboard is not done. New lead, collect clues, and the larger structure of hook to case to act 1 question to act 2 revelations to act 2 setback to act 3 solution to epilogue. Together with the other narrative documents. I will get inspired to do this. And I will do it when I'm inspired, which will be more fun, easier, faster, and higher quality work. How about that? How do you say? What do you say to that? What did I say? I'll make it faster. I'll have more fun doing it. There was a fourth one. Ask me three. What do I have to do it? Shut up. Oh, this one. I've been looking for something like this a long time. Did he have beautiful teeth? Can we get a zoom in on your teeth? Maybe his teeth are just, they feel good and they feel healthy and they are strong. Yeah, look fine, nothing fancy. Okay, let's go to my line and go back in time to here. I have said. Things I listed that were so great. easier. Good job. Now I'm going to take the bread and put it out for yeasting. We got plenty of brain. We got plenty of brain. We got plenty of brain. I could use it. Taking that. Use this one. Sure. We'll get more stuck. I just worked for 8 hours and 11 minutes. It's nothing. I need another whiteboard. For the narrative. I think I gotta sacrifice the top one there. I think previously this top one smooth panning. The top one here have been for the bigger picture kind of light producer to make sure that a game is made, this game, and the idea was to have a whole tree of all of the epics that needed to be done, everything from packaging to point and click, driving, designing the map, marketing, everything would be here. But maybe we'll have to push all of this further down a bit. Or above the bed I could potentially put things, but it's harder to work in that space. Also have the map. The map might be a good place for a narrative to where I can work on. But I would like a whiteboard. Ooh, I just got an idea. I could divide the long whiteboard into two parts, and one part could be a narrative whiteboard. Now things are getting interesting. Things are getting interesting. But one problem with whiteboarding is the lack of whiteboard pencils. It would be a long-term investment, but that's kind of fine. Today is the 18th. Previous sprint has been completed. Let's make it like that so it's even clearer. You can even wipe it and remove the bottom part. What was I thinking? Yeah, the narrator needs a working space. Narrator needs space to work. Make his magic. It can't be my temporary square whiteboard, because that one I use for all sorts of things. That one needs to be clean at all times. If I convert this top part to narrator, then basically I lose the light feeling, the lightness feeling. But it does become very narrator focused. The whole project becomes narrative focused. But I lose kind of this subconscious feeling that I see all of the epics that needs to be done over here. I don't know if I can divide it into two parts. I wish I could switch so this one could be at the top and the small one could be for the narrator. Or no, I don't want that. I want this to be the producer. Kind of, but previously I've had at the top the story and the magical feeling of everything that kind of inspires the game. I've lost that since I moved here and redid the whiteboards. I'll make it a task for the system architect next week. That will also be a Zeigarnik effect. I don't know if this is good, but now I have two Zeigarnik effects running. Event. What? That's a How long do I need to have the bread? Growing before I put it in the oven? You'll be fine. Is that it? And a bunch of things. Yeah, water Gia. I've done that. Bunch of stitch arc. Start from. This is great. When I have this system, I use the priority principle of, what do I call it? Categorization or something. It's just, since all of this is sys arch, it's just not prioritized. And this, yeah, this is old stuff. We can just delete this. Publisher elevator page, delete, no. Have the register nodes, cloud, handle the feature. Oh. Main menu, ask good game. Let's put this in the main menu. I think it's PNC. Why does this take forever? Why did that take forever? There, like that. Main menu, and then ask to quit game. Right? Role document for each role. Confidence. Do 13s. Next photos. Oh. Confidence. Maybe that's a Sunday thing. Let's move this, make a role document for each role. That's sys arc. Next. Producer. Next week. I wish this process could go faster. it would be easier if I would have these as backlog items, then I don't even need to put them on a specific date. Then I just have them prioritized in the backlog. New week. I like having a full to-do list. It kind of makes me feel rich. And because I've learned to not feel like I have to do all of these things. Like every one of these things is an opportunity to create value. Like it is valuable in itself because the task is so thought through. I've made sure that it's something I've written so many tasks that every time I write the task now, it feels like something valuable. Right, and now we're up to date with everything. I like my background. It's so simple, so playful, so inspiring, and so minimalistic. It's kind of it's like a piece of art. It could be framed. It's like a painting to have on the wall. Yeah, I get it. And there's a 6 there with a tail for some reason. Green. Great. Now the subject is no longer sprint plan. Subject is rest, digest, suggest. And what I was thinking was maybe I should look at a movie. Maybe that will help me think about the narrative and a great story. But I don't know what movie to look at, to watch. I should make an alarm for the brain before I forget that I have. Right. Oh, I don't have anything else. It's above 100. I think it's 10 minutes left, roughly. I kind of want potatoes. I want the skin of potatoes. Potato skin. The potato skinner. It's like a potato cereal harvester. Like there's some potato meal that I was imagining to eat now. It felt like really nice. It might be tied to me wanting vitamin C, and it's roughly this time of day where I take my 1 gram of vitamin C, but I take it after my bread. So I just realized I need to update my how did I have this? Oh, that was lucky. Update daily schedule update. When to eat bread and when to drink VC 1 gram. Hours before bed. But notice that today I was very confident. Woke up confident and driven to produce. And it might be tied to the fact that I ate bread later. At this sometime here I made bread. Also, I haven't done any scavenging from plants. Maybe Sunday can be a super scavenger day, but I don't think it should be. I think scavenging should be like a break at the end of the day while I wait for the bread to yeasten. Then I can go out and that might be a good suggestion here. Daily schedule herb harvest walk starts when bread is taken out to ferment on the stove, and the stove is started to heat. Maybe time how long it takes to heat stove. That'll be the length of the walk. The daily herb harvest walk. It's 26 degrees. I'm gonna drink Resorb. Maybe I should update my myself. Welcome. Join me. Pre-ordered game. Join me as I find the movie that I will watch. If I will watch a movie. Second skin. I'm already bored. It's too much 3D modeling. And it doesn't carry, it's beautiful, but it doesn't carry significance. That's a nice face. It's kind of cool though. Anyway. No break. Frame. Okay, Google. What's up? You're promoting a new feature, but it doesn't work. What is library? Bunch of files. Practice body suggestions. A bunch of files. Ideas created. Is this the same as images? Search chat, new chat, sidebar. I have a chat for movies. This one is focused on a cult movie list, but I kind of want a great story. I want a movie that is absolutely great, like Indiana Jones, Jurassic Park, James Bond, Incredibles. Actually, Incredibles doesn't have the same interesting, great, progressing story. Let's first give me 5 suggestions. Or maybe I should watch something that I usually don't look for, which is something like this Bachelor Mother. And if I remember correctly, this was a great movie. Have I even seen it? Yeah, this is such a good movie. It's such a clever, fun movie. Or something clever and fun, like Bachelor Mother. I'm gonna watch a movie and I'm gonna eat my bread. I'm gonna divide the bread into portions, and then I'm gonna have a pick bite size. I'm gonna make bite size, and then I can eat it during the movie. Oh, Back to the Future, one of my favorite movies. Charade, also very good. Princess Bride is a good movie. It's a good movie. The Thin Man, also good. The Lady Eve. I think I've seen this. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've seen this. Don't remember exactly what it was. Is this the one where she catches a... yeah. Okay. All those are great. I've seen them. I need 5 new suggestions. This one is fun. Knives Out. I'm not sure. Like, I think this one is not honest. I think it's trying to fit it. Knives Out, there's no way that can be like completely avoid grim, violent, or anxiety-inducing trappings. Maybe it's kind of like a comedy thing, but well, maybe. But is it really that good? It reminds me of the other one, the older one, where there are statues and things. It is 7.9, and usually 7.6 movies are good. Not always. I've seen like 3 movies that are above 7.6, like almost 8, that were not good at all, in my opinion. It's a one suggestion. Midnight. I think I've seen this one. Yeah. Sorry, 8. I've seen this one. This one's good, but I don't remember much of it. It was kind of, it had some great stuff, but it didn't, there's something that it lacks. Captain Blood. Swashbuckler. This looks very interesting. It might remind me of Monkey Island. The General. .1. Silent comedy. Interesting. The Court Jester. This might be a real funny. This might be people who know jokes for real. Might. Okay, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna select all tabs, bookmark tabs, into a new folder. Called movies. Movie. Okay. We have 5 suggestions. Now I think this one shines. But it also might be bad, but it's 7.8. In the 50s. Those are 5 suggestions. I can do whatever I want. I'm a free man. Maybe I can make it easy for tomorrow. How do I make it easy for tomorrow? Going to bed on time, maybe. I can smell bread. 10 minutes left, according to my clock. Yeah, regardless, I think it's ending stream time. I might do some more work. I might watch a movie. I might. But I think the Garnic effect says I should not work, at least on the things the bigger things. And I have many small decisions to make, like what to do about the whiteboard and there are more stuff on that whiteboard to handle. Bit uncertain. I feel a little bit uncertainty that I have done my job as a producer, but I am fairly certain that I did a much job today than what I did last week. Last week I didn't have any stories for Drive or point and click, only for Town. And I didn't have a NAR spec. This week I also don't have a NAR spec, but I've decided who is going to write the NAR specs. And I have a full sprint backlog, or sprint backlog for 3D Town is ready to go, to make 3D Town. Drive is ready to make some Drive stuff. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there were several stories there to make things work. And then point and click, game mechanics has several stories to work with. So there should be plenty of tools for the immersion builder to make the immersion build. To make something happen. And then the immersion builder can make the build of something immersive to explore, to experience, and it can also it can decide for itself, because it's so tied to the narrator. It can decide if it wants to build the NAR spec for the current build and make that immersive, or you can fully go into the narrator role and write a NAR spec for the next week. It can do both also. But what I think will happen, what I think should happen, is the narrator. We have a immersive build, a simple build, and we make some kind of story. Yeah, I think it would make a narrative spec. Maybe we have to size the work. That's kind of like producer work. How many North specs for whole story? I'm gonna put that in the future. We'll come to that. Because now we're focusing on game loop. We're not focusing on content. The content will be the 3 weeks. The 3 blue weeks. So I basically have 3 blue weeks to really get down to the narrative. Maybe once the game mechanics are like done, then I don't need this 3D town developer or the car developer or the click developer. So maybe those will be promoted to immersive builder with focus on point and click, with focus on the car, with focus on 3D town, or divide the work in a different way. This is good. This is the kind of work that I should be doing at Saturday evening. I'm thinking like a system architect. Yeah, after the sprint day, yeah, this is good. This is a success. Saturday starts with producing, sprint plan, and making sure we've hit the deadline. And then when I'm done with that, I have all of the producing stuff fresh in mind, so I can think about the system architect. How can we architect the system better? How can we improve this? How can we mitigate the risks? Maybe system architects should always do that. Mitigate risks. Now I did the same thing again. Now the bread is done. Now I'm gonna make bite-sized bread. What a beautiful meal. Amazing. As usual, a lot has happened today. As usual. As usual. I'm gonna write look up this history. Now I feel like it's close to that I don't have any energy left. It's close. It's close. Goodbye.